Welcome to Pitch Vision's live coverage of what is a very exciting and unique new event. Thank you for joining us for Champions League cross country. These, as you can see on screen, are the Gauteng trials. We start today with the under-7 girls who will be running alongside the under-8 girls over 1 kilometer. And we'll go all the way through to the older under-19 age groups later this morning or early afternoon. And I'll explain to you in a little while exactly what Champions League cross country is. But as you can see, the under-7 and under-8 girls already underway. And there's few things that you'll see more exciting than a 1 kilometer cross country race between these kids, because it is always a battle of attrition. To try and teach these kids how to pace themselves is almost impossible. And they go out so fast. And it really comes down to who can hang on the longest in the end. And a very quick start there by one of those girls going out and taking the lead over the rest of this pack. They'll do just 1 kilometer loop. And already, I think the young lady in the lead maybe starting to feel that early pace. And some of the girls behind her starting to close her down a little bit. And I think that is Curro Harrison from law school Brandbreker, who has taken the early lead. Let's see if she can hold on for another couple of minutes, and perhaps she can take the win here. So these are the trials for the first of its kind in South Africa, Champions League cross country. From these trials, teams will be selected for what are 4 league meetings coming up in May, the first of which will be held on the 10th of May in Rhinefield in Benoni. Today we are at Curro Serengeti in Kempton Park. From these trials, 6 teams will be selected: the Rhinos, the Stallions, the Kudus, Mavericks, Pythons and Eagles. And there will be a draft in order to ensure that those teams are or have equal strength. And that process will begin after these trials are held. And our early leader, Curro Harrison, maintaining that lead and holding off a challenge from a young girl just behind her. I think that's Enli Ekstien behind her. And the two of them pushing the pace really hard up front. Everybody else battling for second position at the moment. A reminder, the under-7 and under-8 girls are running together here. And there are the two leaders. And Ekstien for the first time, or not Ekstien, Harrison for the first time, has some company next to her. I do hope I'm right that that's Enli Ekstien. And there are the rest of the girls, just a little bit further behind, battling for some of the minor positions. So they've entered this rugby field. They'll go all the way around the field, and then they will enter the finishing straight. So not a long way to go for these young ladies. And it is still the two same girls out front. I'm not sure if that's Blanche Boshoff in second place, or if it's Enli Ekstien. We might have to wait until we get those results. But the young lady who took the lead from the beginning, Curro Harrison, is managing to hold her off, which is really impressive considering how quickly she started. Her little legs must be burning at the moment. They'll turn right now. They'll go up a short incline and then a sharp downhill towards the finish. So maybe about half a minute left for these girls, and I think it might come down to a sprint finish here, because both of them trying to fight for the win. And there you can see the finish line. They'll go down that incline, and we'll see if one of them can gain a bit of momentum here. And it is Harrison who's led this race pretty much from the start. Storming finish by Curro Harrison. And I think she's going to take the win here, but she still has some work to do over these last 30 or 40 meters. And what a brave run by that young lady, coming through nicely in the end, holding off that challenge. And we have our first winner of the day at this Champions League cross country. I'm sure we'll see lots of sprinting further behind them as well, as athletes try and claw their way up the field. Very impressive running by these young girls. Not an easy thing to do, to essentially sprint a 1 kilometer cross country. And our first winner of the day is Quizelle Harrison from Laerskool Bandbreker. And she's actually competing in the under-7 age group, competing against under-8 girls and coming out on top. And we still have quite a few athletes who need to complete their 1 kilometer race before we move on to the boys event. They too will compete over 1 kilometer. And again, the under-7s and under-8s will compete in a combined event. The results will be separated afterwards. And good to see so many kids coming out here participating in cross country at such a young age. Cross country is the foundation of distance running. And you really don't want athletes running on the track, especially not the road, when they're too young. And that is why cross country is such an important discipline, and good to have a Champions League event like this, giving these youngsters some exposure to what is a crucial discipline in terms of long distance running. The last of the girls now finishing that under-7 and under-8 1 kilometer race, and well done to all of them. The under-7 and under-8 boys race will get underway in the next 5 minutes or so. We have a massive field for the boys under-7 and under-8 race. Dozens of kids lining up, representing a wide range of schools from around Gauteng. Some people even traveling from different provinces. Some more of the girls finishing that under-7 and under-8 1 kilometer race. And I think that might be the end of the field for the girls' race. And the boys are already making their way to the start line for the next event on our program at this Champions League cross country. Regardless of where these athletes finish in the field, it's so important to have them participating. As we see in the background, down that finishing straight, Luhle Mpongose, I think will be the last of the athletes to finish that under-7 and under-8 contest. And well done to her for making it all the way through to the finish line. It's not just about winning, it's all about participation here, especially at such a young age. You want these kids to be having fun. And there you can see the next event on the program is that boys 1 kilometer contest. And we go all the way through to the under-19 age group early this afternoon. Still lots and lots of races coming up. As they get older, they run a little bit further. So it is a 1 kilometer loop today. And early this afternoon, the furthest distance that will be raced is over 4 kilometers. Even for the under 19 athletes, under 19 girls at national and international level compete over 6 kilometers. Under 19 boys compete over 8 kilometers, but in the Champions League cross country, bit of a different format. The furthest they will go is 4 kilometers, which makes things pretty exciting. It makes things a little more inclusive. You'll have athletes specializing on the track on distances ranging from 800 meters all the way through to 10,000 meters, who will probably turn out for those under 19 and under 17 races. And we're off for the second race of the day. Bit of a false start there, I think. But of course, these are young children, so they let them go. And as we saw in the girls' race, a very quick start. And the question is, who can hold on the longest here? And see some of the boys just getting a little confused around that first corner and having to be redirected. But everybody seems to be on track now. They'll compete over the exact same course that we just saw the young ladies do. And already lots of movement at the front of this field. It's a long way to go when you're 7 years old. And if you go out too fast, the closing stages can really hurt. We saw the young lady from Laerskool Baanbreker, my apologies, Kuzel Harrison, going out hard in the girls' race and then managing to hold on all the way, showing just how tough she is and how much potential and talent she has. And a lot of boys still in contention here in the early stages of this under 7 and under 8 1 kilometer race. We've already had 3 or 4 different leaders and we're not even halfway through. A bit of tumbling there, a little further back. And that's one of the challenges of cross country. The courses can be tough. And with the uneven surface, you've got to watch your footing. But it's all part of the learning curve in cross country. And for many of these young athletes, this might be the first cross country race they've ever run. And again, just so good to see so many of them coming out and participating here. So they'll turn right, those lead athletes. They'll then make their way around the rugby field before turning into the finish. At the moment, 3 athletes just holding a bit of a lead over some of those boys chasing behind. And we'll see if some of them can close the gap. That young man pushing hard in an attempt to close them down. They've got about 400 meters to go now. Here are some of the boys a little bit further back, also getting in on the action here at this Champions League cross country. And I think for a lot of them, the challenge is to just try and run the whole way without walking, which is easier said than done. And we'll see how many of them are able to do that. And there are the 3 athletes in the lead, starting to approach the finish now. All 3 of them still in contention. Just before the finish line, there's that sharp decline. And going down that hill, I think some of these athletes will gain a little bit of momentum, which makes it an exciting finish over the last 100 meters or so. And some of the boys behind them still working hard to try and close that gap. Trying to finish in that top 3. Places up for grabs here in those Champions League teams. And a very strong finish by the young man who's just clawed his way into third position. Down the hill they go. And a big surge in the chase for the finish line. And it's going to be very close between these four boys. Awesome finish by our eventual winner, who came out of nowhere, wasn't even in contention with about 400 meters to go. Paced himself really well, and that's the trick in cross country. Maybe just holding yourself back a little bit in the early stages. And that's something a lot of these athletes will learn over the next month or two in this Champions League cross country. And a lot of boys still out there trying to complete their 1 kilometer race. Good effort by all these young men. I'm not sure how much training they do at this age. Hopefully not too much. And if you haven't really trained for it, running 1 kilometer at this sort of pace can really hurt. And you can see that young man just crossing the finish line, grabbing his side, perhaps experiencing a bit of a stitch. And the key at this age is to ensure that these kids are enjoying it. So whatever position you finish in, really not important. Just the fact that they're out here enjoying the sunshine in Kempton Park and experiencing cross country is what it's all about. There's still a few athletes out there. You see one of the young men just tumbling down that hill at the top of the finishing straight. And we saw quite a few athletes just struggling a little bit with the surface. But again, this is a learning curve for these youngsters. And you only have to tumble down a hill like that once. And next time, you'll be sure that you watch your footing and your balance. And that little boy just having a tough time out there over the last few hundred meters. He hasn't got a long way to go. He's just got to get down that hill and he'll see the finish line. So let's hope he keeps going. It's important not to give up. And he is still moving forward. Just getting a bit of encouragement there from some of the spectators on the side of the field, and now putting in a big sprint over the last 60 meters. And let's see if he can run all the way to the finish here. Glances back, sees no one behind him, decides to have a bit of a walk. And there is a young man also who has now entered the finishing straight, who might be able to catch him if he doesn't run all the way to the finish here. And finding another burst of energy, glances back again, and sees he's being chased down, decides to put in one last little sprint. And I think he's done enough here. And he'll wait for his friend to finish before he crosses that finish line. It's tough to run a 1 kilometer cross country. Well done to both those boys. And good to see that sort of camaraderie amongst the youngsters. Just waiting for his opponent to reach the finish before he crossed it. And I think that's it for the boys under 7 and under 8 race. We now move on to the under 9 age group. So in the under 9 age group, they will be running on their own. So not a combined event in terms of age groups. The girls will go first, followed by the boys. have just a couple of minutes to go before we get underway with that girls under 9 race. And the under 9 girls are underway. So in the under 9 age group, they compete over 2 kilometers. So they do 2 laps of the circuit. And as we always see in the younger age groups, very quick start. Let's see how many of these girls have got the stamina to be able to hold on over that second lap. A lot of parents coming out to support today, which of course is crucial. Without the support of the parents, you wouldn't be able to have an event like this. Some of them have driven pretty far, even outside Gauteng, to come and compete at this Champions League cross country. A reminder that these are the trials for the leagues that will be held starting on the 10th of May in Benoni. If you're just joining us, we are in Kempton Park, and you're watching Pitch Vision's live coverage of these Champions League schools cross-country trials. This is the first of its kind in South Africa, and hopefully this sort of initiative will help develop young athletes, keep them interested and keep them involved in the sport as they get older. A very quick pace being set here. Most of the girls in what is a big field unable to keep up with the young lady who has taken the early lead. Still a long way to go. It's really going to come down to, I think, who's got the most endurance. Once they get into that second lap, I think we might see some of these girls struggling a little bit. But at the moment, the 3 girls out front looking pretty comfortable. It's a big field here in the under 9 girls contest. Cross country, widely considered the backbone of distance running, and it plays a key role in developing young athletes. So it's good to see so many of them coming out here at elite top flight level. Certainly among seniors, you don't get a lot of cross country races. There is an international league organized by World Athletics, and there is of course a world championship. In South Africa, we have provincial leagues, but at national level, just 2 events every season: the national championships and the national trials. There are far more cross-country events in this country for youngsters competing at school level, and again, that is because cross-country is considered very much a development discipline. And for a lot of these youngsters in the early stages of primary school, this could well be the first time that they're even participating in cross-country, and hopefully they enjoy their time out here today and stick around and continue to participate in long-distance running as they get older. 2 athletes now in this under 9 girls race, having opened a little bit of a gap on the rest of the field. I'm sure they'll appreciate each other's company. It's very difficult to run on your own, and with support of somebody next to you makes things a little bit easier, even though they probably don't know each other. there are the girls out front. And I thought that they were going to do 2 laps of the 1 kilometer. It seems we do have a 2 kilometer route, so they will only do 1 lap. Long way left for these girls still to run. For many of them, the challenge will be trying to run all the way through for 2 kilometers. It's not an easy thing to do when you're 8 or 9 years old. I'm not sure I could have run 2 kilometers at that age. Some of the girls a little bit further back, doing their best. Very impressive if that young lady can hold on and reach the finish line. She's almost halfway through, and nothing wrong with a little bit of a walk, just to regain a little bit of energy. If she just paces herself a little bit, walks when she's tired, perhaps she will be able to push through and complete this 2 kilometer race. These are our leaders. And a bit of a gap opening now between the 2 girls out front. Still a fair bit of distance to go. And we'll see if the young lady in 2nd place can hold on there. 3rd position, quite far back. But you can never count anybody out in a cross-country race. Some years ago at the World Cross Country Championships, Joshua Cheptegei from Uganda, still a relatively unknown athlete at the time, went on to shatter world records. But competing at the World Cross Country Championships, when we didn't know much about him, was leading by a long way with just 1 lap to go in a 5-lap race. And eventually ended up walking and finished well back in the field. So anything can happen. Cross country can break you, especially in the closing stages. And that's why it's important for these young athletes to never give up. Just to keep moving forward, even if you've got to stop and walk. Just make sure that you're making progress, and you will eventually get there. And you can see one of the girls there just deciding to take a bit of a break. And there she gets a little bit more energy and manages to start running again. And the 2 girls up front starting to approach the finish now. And there they are. And we could still see some movement between these 2 girls. I don't think the competition is over here. And in the background, the young lady in 3rd has done really well to close that gap. But she still has some work to do, and you can see her just stumbling a little bit there, and perhaps now that fatigue just starting to have an impact. And our leader turns into the finishing straight. And I think she's going to take the win here. Good effort by her. She started rather conservatively. Eventually took the lead with about 500 or 600 meters to go. And she's going to win this quite convincingly. About 30 or 40 meters ahead of the young lady in 2nd, who herself has done really well today. She pushed the pace. Maybe paid for that at the end. But a good effort from her to hold on for 2nd position. And there's a tight battle now in the background for 3rd place. The girl who worked so hard to try and catch those leaders, stumbling a little bit in the closing stages, but she manages to recover, and she will come through for 3rd position. And still a lot of girls out there on this course who have a fair way to go. Some brave running by the young ladies in this under-9 2-kilometer race. So still a lot of athletes to finish, and we'll give them the opportunity to do so before we move on to the boys under-9 2-kilometer race. A reminder, you are watching the Champions League cross-country trials for schools athletes, both in primary school and high school. And we'll be with you until early this afternoon. The last events on the program will be the under-19 age group.
From here they are blurry. Or is it because of these guys, no? We'll leave the roll there until we. Oh, there's not.
So we are good to go now for the boys under 9 2-kilometer race. If you're just joining us, you're watching Champions League cross-country trials taking place at Curro, Serengeti in Kempton Park. From these trials, there will be a draft where athletes are selected for 6 teams, which will compete in a 4-leg Champions League cross-country series taking place in May. So the under 9 boys doing 1 lap of 2 kilometers. It's a long way to run when you're 8 or 9 years old. Let's see how they go. they look ready, do the under-9 boys. And they're underway in the under-9 age group. It's quite a tough course, this. As expected, it should be. Cross country is never easy. Some sharp turns. A few places along the course where the footing is a little uneven. And one or two little hills as well. And one of the boys going out pretty hard there. And now being challenged in the early stages. And it looks like we have a new leader now. Long way for these boys to go. We'll see who can hold on in the closing stages of this race. And that is Katlego Dlamini. Glancing back a little bit, an indication that he's a bit worried maybe about the boys behind him. Tandulwetu Hlatshwayo from Eden Glen Primary took the early lead. He seems to be struggling a little bit now after that sprint start. And it is Katlego Dlamini representing Sezakele Primary. Setting the pace now in what is still the early stages of this under-9 boys 2-kilometer race. A lot of athletes in this field, as we've seen in every race so far today. Katlego Dlamini making things difficult for the boys behind him. Still glancing back, which is usually an indication that an athlete is tired. But I think maybe that young man out front just trying to see if anybody's able to go with him and how big that gap is. One of the benefits of cross country in terms of tactics is that you often don't have to look back because the course sort of winds back and forth, and as you turn you can see where your opponents are. But of course these youngsters, still very young, I'm sure many of them don't know much at all about tactics. And that looks like Leon Pretorius from Law School Bahnbreker in second position at the moment. But it is still Dlamini from Sezakele, who's run very well so far. And I actually don't think that is Leon Pretorius. I think the young man in second position is Kihan Velgemoot. Velgemoot working hard here to try and catch Dlamini, who still holds the lead as they approach the halfway mark in this under-9 2-kilometer race. And there you can see some of the boys further back in the field. One of the nice things about distance running is that it's not always about who wins. A lot of it has to do with each of these athletes just sort of competing against themselves, having set themselves their own goals. For some of them, the real challenge will be trying to get through this 2-kilometer course without walking. And even if they do walk, nothing wrong with that. Sometimes it's just about trying to reach the finish. And still, Katlego Dlamini leads this under-9 race. Kian Velgemoot representing Law School Randhart, currently in second position, but both of them still have a lot of work to do with a big field of athletes behind them. And this is where it starts to hurt now in the second half of the race. And there is Tandulwetu Flashwayo, who took the early lead. Maybe struggling a little bit now, but well done to him because he's still going. And we'll see if he can make it to the finish line representing Eden Glen Primary. Here's our leader, Katlego Dlamini. And behind him, Kian Valgemut has now got some company. There is Dlamini, who's led this race most of the way. And still looking very good. Running strongly there. Some of the boys a bit further back in the race. Working hard to try and get a good position here in these trials. The leaders now entering that final lap around the rugby field before they turn into the finishing straight. So still a way for these boys to run. They'll have a little more than half a kilometer to go at this point. And there are the leaders, and I think Katlego Dlamini has been caught. The Sezakele athlete in third position now. Kian Valgemut now takes the lead in the closing stages of this race. Raylan Renier Olivier from Law School Selection Park is the athlete in second position. Katlego Dlamini still hanging on to third. He's got some work to do if he wants to finish in the top three. And it's going to be Kian Valgemut from Law School Randhart, who looks like he'll come through for the win. Great run by that young man. Timed it perfectly, putting in a big surge down the finishing straight. And there's a fight now for second position. Katlego Dlamini manages to claw his way back into that runner-up spot. Brave run by that young man. Lost a bit of ground. Managed to fight his way back into second position. And Raylan Olivier from Law School Selection Park holds on for third. So that's the top finishes in the boys under 9 2-kilometer race. We'll give all these young men an opportunity to reach the finish line. These boys all in the closing stages now. They don't have a long way to go. They'll turn right into the finishing straight, down that sharp decline, and make their way towards the finish line. The next event will be the girls under 10 and under 11 2-kilometer race. So it'll be a combined event between those two age groups. The results will be separated into the under 10 and under 11 age groups, but they do run together. I think it's the biggest field we've seen so far today. We've already seen the under 7s, under 8s and under 9s competing. And we'll go all the way through to the under 19 age group to be held early this afternoon. The parents just getting an opportunity there to take some videos and pictures. And it looks like we're just about ready to go. So 2 kilometers of racing to come. You would expect the under 11 girls to maybe dominate a little bit here. Let's see if any of the under 10s can give them a go. And I think just waiting for one of the girls to make her way to the start line, and then we should be good to start. And we're underway in the girls under 10 and under 11 race. 1 lap of this 2 kilometer route ahead of them. A bit of tumbling there in the background. Good to see those girls getting back to their feet. When you've got a big field like this, it is something that you've got to get used to. A lot of these girls won't be used to running in such a big group of athletes. Good to see so many of the girls able to go with this pace in the early stages. Let's see how many of them can hold on for the next 2 kilometers. And that looks like one of the under 10 girls who has gone out to the front and setting the pace early on. Still 7 girls within touch of the leader here. And then a bit of a gap forming to a big group of girls who are trying to hold on there a little bit further back. A lot of athletes still able to go with this pace. Still a long way to go on this 2 kilometer lap. And I think it's Kenzie Vosloo now from Law School Veerda Park who leads that pack, which is now starting to spread out a little bit. Some of the girls, I think, just struggling with the pace being set here by Vosloo. More and more girls slipping off the back of this group as they approach their halfway mark. And it's still Vosloo out front. Emma Cox now from Cornwall Hill College, trying to push the pace. But Vosloo not relinquishing the lead. And it looks like still 4 girls in contention here for the win. We'll see if anybody further back can maybe close that gap. But they do have some work to do with these girls working together out front.
Hello, yeah. Oh, good on you. We got back from Kempton, I see. Yeah, actually. When did you get back this morning? Yesterday morning. Yeah. Good to meet you. But listen, I need the stats from the YouTube channel. Okay.
A lot of girls competing in this 2-kilometer race, combined between the under 10 and under 11 age groups. We'll see how many of these girls can make it all the way through to the finish line. We have seen a lot of athletes in the younger age groups walking a little bit, which is not a bad idea if you're feeling a little too much fatigue, just to give yourself a bit of a rest. The trick is to keep moving forward. And the leaders now into the second half of this race. And it is still Kenzie Vosloo from Law School Veerde Park who leads out front. Emma Cox from Cornwall Hill College just on her shoulder. And we won't write off the athletes behind them who are still fighting hard to try and challenge for the win. These are the girls a little bit further back in the field, fighting for positions in these Champions League trials. All the athletes trying to earn positions in that draft to get a spot in one of the 6 Champions League teams that will compete in 4 league events in May. The first of which will be held in Benoni on the 10th of May. Good running by all these girls, still looking pretty comfortable as they make their way through the second half of this 2-kilometer loop. And it is now Emma Cox for the first time takes the lead. Cox will turn right now into the finishing straight. Kenzie Vosloo from Veerde Park worked really hard, certainly in the first half. Might have to settle for second position here. Good run from her. But the win is going to go to the Cornwall Hill athlete, Emma Cox. Sprinting hard down the finishing straight, and she crosses the finish line in first position. Well done as well to Kenzie Vosloo from Veerde Park. And I think that's Carly Cilliers from Henops Park Law School coming through for third position. Well-timed effort there from her. And third position goes to Law School Henops Park. Lots of competition now for the minor positions. And we'll wait for all the athletes in this race to complete their 2-kilometer course before we move on to the under 11 boys and under 10 boys 2-kilometer race.
Cross country. Kita hotel cricket. Mana bagi bapak jawab ni? Gumpa lagi. Buat bir. Marumpa lagi. Saya bosan kalau bawa umum.
Follow Daniel, follow Daniel,
Next event on our program, the boys under 10 and under 11 2-kilometer race, which will get going in the next few minutes. This will be the last 2K race on the program before we move on to the 3-kilometer events in the older age groups. So these boys will compete over 1 lap of 2 kilometers. Getting a little bit windy here in Kempton Park, which just adds to the challenge of this cross-country Champions League trials. I just popped down to the start. One of the boys telling me he's going to have it easy because he's used to running 3 kilometers. And his buddy standing next to him says he's in for a long day because he's not even used to running 500 meters. And I think that's the case for a lot of these young athletes, perhaps competing in cross country for the first time, and a bit of a learning curve for them. And that's what this Champions League is all about. It's about providing opportunities and developing the sport of athletics, giving these athletes an opportunity to come out here and compete for positions in the various Champions League teams for that league series to be held in May. And we are underway in the under 10 and under 11 race. And as we've seen in every race so far, very quick start. And they do have a long way to go, these 2 kilometer athletes. Owethu Sikosana from Avanti Primary in the orange shirt takes the early lead. And let's see if he can hang on here. A whole pack of boys just behind him. And I think that's Zach Fuchs just taking the lead now from Owethu Sikosana. And Moteo from Putfontein now taking the lead from Zach Fuchs. And I think we're still going to see a lot of movement in this race, with about 1.5 Ks to go. And you can see how big that field is for this under 10 and under 11 contest. For a lot of these athletes, the battle is to reach the finish line. And perhaps a big challenge to learn how to pace yourself, which is a difficult thing to do. And the more these young athletes compete in middle and long distance races, the more they'll realize that spacing that energy out over the 2 kilometers is very important. Otherwise, the closing stages of a race can really hurt. And that's a big incline that they've got to make. You've got to get up that hill. And then in the closing stages, another couple of little climbs. A really good cross-country course, this. It's not an easy one. And all those boys doing well to get themselves up that hill. And I think that's Alexander Bob now from La School Impala taking the lead. I think he's the 4th athlete in this race to make his way to the front of the field. And my apologies, Alexander Bob is representing La School Unica. not Large School Impala. And he's got a bit of a gap now. He hasn't got all his own way. There's still a few athletes behind him trying to close him down. But at the moment, the Unica athlete putting a lot of pressure on the other athletes who want to challenge for the victory here. It looks like Daniel Grobler, representing the Bryanston parallel medium, is the athlete currently in second position. So we'll see how many changes we have in terms of the lead as they make their way around the second half of this 2-kilometer loop. Good running by all these boys. Don't see a lot of walking, so perhaps they've been doing a little bit of training, coming out here prepared for these Champions League trials. A very inclusive event, this, open to all primary school and high school athletes, not even limited to the Gauteng province. We do have people who have traveled quite a long way to come and participate here. Alexander Bob from Large School Unica still holds the lead. Daniel Grobler from the Bryanston parallel medium currently in second position. And a few athletes just behind them, keeping themselves in contention. And further back, these athletes challenging for positions in these Champions League teams. They will compete across the 4 events to be held from the 10th of May. Those events will be held once a week. The first will be held in Rhinefield in Benoni. And the boys now making their way around that rugby field as they start to approach the finish. And it is still Alexander Bob from Large School Unica. Looking pretty comfortable and still maintaining that gap. So he'll turn left here around the top of the rugby field, just glances back to make sure that he holds that lead. And in about 100 meters or so, he'll turn right into the finishing straight. Behind him, Daniel Grobler, still fighting to hold on to second spot. A very competitive race, this, among the under 10 and under 11 boys. And it's going to be a close finish. But I think this young man, who has led pretty much the whole way, is going to hold on here for the win. Good running there by all these athletes, pushing each other quite hard for places in those Champions League teams. And we'll give all those athletes an opportunity to finish their 2-kilometer race before we move on to the under 12 girls race, which will be contested over 3 kilometers. The under 12 girls will be running along with the under 13 athletes. That race expected to get underway in about 13 minutes, so we'll give these young men an opportunity, this big field of athletes, to finish the 2-kilometer for the under 10, under 11 boys. That race won by Alexander Bob from Large School Unica.
I'm watching you go with your mouse like this, and I'm watching that camera. What are you fucking moving? I can just zoom in and out here on that one now. That shot is proper. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Does it do well? I was watching this morning. Cool. Yes. What time did you actually get here? After 7? It's our big preparation for yesterday. Yeah. No, I mean, no, yeah, yesterday. And of course. You can make that payment for the lead to take. Everybody continue your latest, but remember, drafting takes place tomorrow. Yes.
And the athletes now being introduced for the girls under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. If you're just joining us, welcome to Pitch Vision's live coverage of the Champions League cross-country trials taking place for primary school and high school athletes at Curro Serengeti in Kempton Park. A little bit windy out here, but otherwise good conditions, nice and warm, relatively clear skies. All the parents given an opportunity on the start line just to take some pictures with the kids, and then we'll get underway. So this is a combined age group race, under 12 and under 13 girls running together. They'll do 2 laps, so 1 lap of 1 kilometer and 1 lap of 2 kilometers. It's the longest race we've seen so far today. And in the older age groups, they'll be going as far as 4 kilometers. As the athletes get older, they become obviously a little more experienced. Perhaps for some of these athletes, this will be their first cross-country race, but for many of them, they'll have a good idea of what they're doing. And I think we'll see the athletes perhaps pacing themselves a little better than we've seen in some of the younger age groups, where we've seen a lot of the kids struggling in the closing stages. All a learning curve for the youngsters. This will be the final age group that we watch in terms of primary school athletes before we move on to the high school athletes in the program. After the girls under 12, under 13 race, we'll watch the under 12 and under 13 boys. And then we'll move on to the high school races. And the athletes look ready to go here. And we're underway in the under 12 and under 13 race over 3 kilometers. So they'll do a 1 kilometer loop and then a 2 kilometer loop. And very quick start for these girls, and we'll see if any of the under 12 athletes can compete against the under 13s here. Already the field being stretched out because of this fast pace that's being set out front. And a few of the girls now starting to break away a little bit, working together and forming what looks like is going to be a small lead group. It's a challenging start to this race once they leave the sports field. As you can see, one of the girls just stumbling a little bit. You've got to watch your footing. It's one of the keys to cross-country running. You've got to stay focused. It's a real challenge. And now a couple of the other girls managing to close that gap. And 5 athletes now in the lead group. So they make their way around the rugby field. And then they'll head off for the second loop of 2 kilometers. And this is the first time today we've seen such a big group forming at the front of the race, and I think we're in for a tight competition here. Just having to navigate their way around some of the obstacles there on the course. And a total of 6 girls managing to stick with this pace early on. Still a long way to go, with a total of 3 kilometers to run. And good to see so many kids coming out here to participate in these Champions League cross-country trials, representing a wide range of schools, mostly from Gauteng, but we do have some people who have traveled pretty far to be here today. And the second lap of this race, I think, is going to be very interesting. And I think we can still expect a lot of movement out front. Behind that lead group, there's a big pack of girls who are within reach, considering we still have 2 kilometers to go here. They do have the opportunity to close that gap. And also good to see some of the under 12 girls in this lead group putting up a fight against the older athletes. Now these 3 having broken away from the other 3 girls who were running with them throughout that first 1 kilometer loop. And for a lot of the athletes now, it's just struggling a bit with the pace. And that looks like Megan Roberts from Delview on the left of your screen in the green shirt and the pink headband. And the athlete running with her, I think one of the girls from Law School Verde Park. Perhaps those 2 will be locked in a battle now in this second lap of this 3 kilometer race. The rest of the girls have some work to do if they want to close that gap. And actually, I think that's Mia Inglethorpe from Trinity House Randburg Ridge in the pink shirt, sharing the lead with Megan Roberts from Delview. Let's see if any of the girls behind them can close that gap now as they approach the final kilometer. There are some of the girls a little bit further back in the field, making their way around for this second loop. A couple of the girls there from the same school, just running together. This is a tough little hill that they've got to climb. They don't have to negotiate that hill on the 1 kilometer lap, but they do on that second kilometer, or the 2 kilometer second loop. And it is still Roberts and Inglethorpe holding off the challenge from the rest of this field as they make their way into the final kilometer of this race. This is, I think, the most competitive contest that we've seen today, just in terms of how many athletes went with that early lead or that early pace. And now the two girls out front trying to hang on to each other. Inglethorpe now perhaps trying to break away from Megan Roberts. And there are the two athletes in the lead. And Roberts not letting her get away. These two athletes not giving each other an inch here. Roberts in the green shirt with the pink headband. And Mia Inglethorpe in the pink shirt with the white socks. Those two athletes representing Dullview and Trinity House Rand Park Ridge. And this could go down to the wire, because both athletes just hanging on there, running side by side. They're into the final kilometer now of this 3-kilometer race. It'll be interesting to see who manages to come out on top. We won't write out the athletes behind them either, though they have some work to do to be able to close that gap. You never know in a cross-country race. There can be lots of changes in the closing stages. And it's been impressive to see how many athletes have come out to participate here at this Champions League cross-country trials. Very innovative event for young athletes in Gauteng.
Yes.
It's the first of its kind in South Africa.
Yes.
And perhaps over the years we'll see it's expanding maybe even into other provinces. But a great start here for the Champions League cross-country series. These are the trials for the 4 league meetings that will be held in Gauteng next month. The first of which will be run in Benoni on the 10th of May. Some of the girls chasing the leaders. Both these young ladies were in that big group over the first 1 kilometer. And doing well to hold on here. Trying to earn positions in those teams. It's those 6 Champions League teams. There will be a draft where those teams will be selected. And always good to see how many girls are participating in the sport in primary school. It's an unfortunate thing in South African athletics that we tend to lose a lot of young ladies as they leave high school into university. But always great participation in the sport at primary school level, as we're seeing again today at these Champions League trials. And now, for the first time in this race, I think Mia Inglethorpe from Trinity House Rand Park just managing to shake off the challenge there from Megan Roberts, representing Dullview, who has run so well from the start. As they approach the finish line, just a couple hundred meters left in this 3-kilometer race, and we'll see if Roberts is able to fight her way back into contention here. Good run by Inglethorpe. Looking very comfortable out front. They'll turn right now into the finishing straight. They'll go down that sharp downhill as they approach the finish with less than 100 meters to go. Cracking run by Mia Inglethorpe, taking the win in the colors of Trinity House Rand Park Ridge. Dipping on the line there, pushing all the way through. And well done also to Megan Roberts, representing Dullview. I'll apologize in advance for the rest of this meeting, and including, I suppose, not in advance for the races I've already done. I'm getting any of these athletes' names wrong, but I think I got them right in that race. And we'll wait now for the rest of the girls in this massive field to complete this under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. Next event will be the 3-kilometer race for the under 12 and under 13 boys. First, we'll give these young ladies all an opportunity to finish their 3-kilometer race. All of them working hard to do the best they can. Places up for grabs in those 6 Champions League teams. And as we wait for the rest of the girls to complete this 3-kilometer race, we have about 20 minutes or so before we get underway with the under 12 and under 13 boys. All set now for the next race on our program, the boys under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. This will be the last 3K race on our program before we move up in distance to the high school athletes. And I have to apologize again because I'm a little concerned that in the girls' race, I might have got 1 or 2 names wrong. This, of course, being the first time this event is held. Always teething problems. But we are doing the best we can in terms of the entry lists. Trying to work out who all these kids are. So if I do make mistakes, please bear with me. I'm sure we'll get better at this as the Champions League progresses Very unique event this. It's going to do good things, I think, for South African distance running, certainly in terms of development. So the under 12 and under 13 boys now being introduced. And their parents will have an opportunity to take some videos and photos before we get underway with this 3-kilometer race. Same as the under 12 and under 13 girls, they'll do 1 lap of 1 kilometer, followed by a 2-kilometer loop. And it's a big field, just like we saw in the girls' race. Girls' race, very competitive. Going down to the wire. And I wonder if we'll see much of the same in this boys' contest. So it looks like we're just about ready to go here. And we're underway with the boys under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. So first a 1-kilometer loop, and then they'll head out for 2 kilometers. So the results will be separated between the 2 age groups, but of course the under 12 and under 13 athletes running together. And just like we saw in the girls' race, a group of 6 athletes looking like they want to break away. It looks like Frana van der Westhuizen from Laerskool College Park, just in the middle of your picture with the orange shoes on, setting the pace in the early stages, but he's got a lot of company. Quite a few boys able to go with that pace early on. So they turn left now on the short 1-kilometer loop. A lot of young athletes coming out to participate at this Champions League trials, looking for places in those franchise teams. There will be a draft after these trials to determine which athletes will compete for which of the 6 teams. Now 7 boys in that lead group. Still a long way to go in this 3-kilometer race. And I believe that's Caleb Roberts from Delview in the lead at the moment. But he's going to have to work hard to shake off the athletes behind him. These are some of the boys a little further back in the field. Athletics very much an individual sport, so these athletes will all have their own goals. For some of them, just getting to the finish line will be good enough. The Champions League, which will be held over 4 legs next month, is not an individual event. There will, of course, be individual competitions. It is cross-country, but very much a team aspect in terms of the competition. So nice to introduce that to schools' athletics, giving the athletes an opportunity to compete together as a team. The World Cross Country Championships, the team competition, very important, and in some ways considered more important by the various nations than the individual event. And good to see the organizers of the Champions League going the same sort of way and placing the emphasis on those team competitions. Only after these trials will the athletes know which franchises they'll be competing for. And it's still Caleb Roberts from Dalview out in front. Just behind him, wearing the white shirt and the white shorts, is Mulalo Mohodzo, currently in 2nd position. And in 3rd at the moment, Bokamuso Nonyane, wearing the yellow shirt with the black shorts. And those 3 athletes now opening a little bit of a gap on the boys behind them. So into the 2nd lap now of 2 kilometers, and still 3 boys out front, and they'll make their way up that sharp incline. That little hill will take a lot of energy out of a lot of people. All the athletes now negotiating their way up that climb. The toughest part of this route. And now for the first time, Bokamuso Nonyane taking the lead in this under 12 and under 13 race. Caleb Roberts still hanging on there in 2nd position, and Mulalo Mohadzo looking good in 3rd. But at the moment, Bokamuso Nonyane in control as they approach the 3rd kilometer of this race. Still a few other athletes in contention behind them. Perhaps they'll hope that the guys in the lead will come back to them in the closing stages of this race. Nonyane, Roberts, and Mohodzo. And Nonyane is looking very comfortable, but hasn't quite managed to shake off the boys behind him. And we'll see if either of them can fight their way back into this race in terms of challenging for victory. Tight competition for some of the minor places behind them. It's a really nice cross-country course that they've put together here at Curro Serengeti in Kempton Park. It's got pretty much everything that you want to see in a cross-country race. Some sharp turns, couple of tough hills that have to be climbed, 1 or 2 little obstacles that need to be negotiated. And certainly in the early stages of the race, or in each lap, A bit challenging underfoot as well, with some uneven ground that has to be negotiated. I feel sometimes cross-country courses in South Africa can be a little bit too easy. It's supposed to be tough. And so good to see the organizers putting in the effort here to make sure that this is a challenging course. Caleb Roberts now slips back into third position. We'll see if he can hold on there, and perhaps he can even fight his way back over this last kilometer of this 3-kilometer race. But it is Mogodzo and Nonyane now, opening a little bit of a gap out front. All the boys still working hard behind them. Places up for grabs in those franchise teams for the Champions League cross country. And we'll find out after today's races which athletes will be placed in which franchises. A draft needs to be conducted first. Into the final kilometer now for the boys behind, but for the man out front, Mulalo Mogodzo, the finish line is almost in sight. Bokomuso Nonyane, sorry, it's Nonyane out front. Mogodzo in second position, Robert still in third. And Bokomuso Nonyane will now turn right. Down that sharp hill. And he will see the finish line. Great finish by this young man. He's done well over the last kilometer to shake off the other two athletes. And he is going to take the win in this boys under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. Brilliant effort there by Bokomuso Nonyane. And I'm sure whichever franchise he gets into will appreciate having him on their team. Coming through for second position. I said throughout the race was Mulalo Mogodzo. Let me just check myself here because I think I might have got that wrong. It's actually Lesedi Mahapa from Gauteng Primary. Got his name wrong throughout that race, my apologies. They're wearing very similar kit, but no excuses, that is my fault. That young man who finished second was Lesedi Mahapa, representing Gauteng Primary. Caleb Roberts, who ran so well, certainly in the first half of that race, just lost a little bit of ground at the end in representing Delview, coming through for third position. Still a lot of athletes coming through to finish this under 12 and under 13 3-kilometer race. And in about 20 minutes or so, we'll move on to the next event in our program, which will be the first 4 kilometers of the day. And that will be contested between the under 14 and under 15 girls. really good to see so many kids coming out here to participate. And it's very challenging running a 3-kilometer cross-country race at this age. For some of them, new participants to cross-country. And the challenge is to try and reach the finish line. If you're battling a little bit, rather than stopping, always a good idea, maybe just to walk a little bit, try and recover. And sometimes you'll get that second wind. And all these boys finishing strongly now. Trying to secure places in those franchise teams for the Champions League cross country. 4 legs of the series will be held next month. Very much focused on the team competition, but there will obviously be an individual competition as well at those 4 legs. Still a few athletes out on the course in this boys under 12 and under 13 race. So we give them an opportunity to complete those 3 kilometers before we move on to the under 14 and under 15 boys, who will compete over 4 kilometers. So they'll do 2 loops of the 2-kilometer route. Good to see even the boys who have struggled a bit out there finishing so well, finding that little bit of extra energy down the finishing straight. About 15 minutes or so before we get underway with the 4-kilometer race for under 14 and under 15 boys, and a bit of a sprint finish here. Good running by these athletes.
Sorry, bro. Another chase with you did not doing
So about 5 minutes to the start of the next race on our program, which would be the girls under 14 and under 15 4 kilometer. They'll do 2 laps of 2Ks. And as we've seen through the day, the older they get, the more competitive they become. The last couple of races have been excellent. And we'll see what the girls can do here over 4 kilometers. It's a strong field, and we'll see if any of the under 14 girls can put up a fight. But they're going to have a tough time of it, I think. No doubt about the pre-race favorite, Chelsea van Dijk from St. Dunstan's, a multiple national champion. Will fancy her chances here. And I wonder if anybody will be able to go with the pace that she sets. So in a moment or two, the athletes will be introduced. Actually, I'm sleeping here because I see they're already standing on the start line. So the girls have been introduced to the spectators who have turned out for these Champions League trials. Parents and coaches, family members, just getting an opportunity to take some pictures and videos of them. So the girls under 14 athletes are already on the start line. These are the under 15 athletes now being introduced. Another big field, as we've seen throughout the day, a really good turnout for these trials. All the athletes trying to find places in the various franchise teams that will compete in this Champions League to be held in Gauteng next month. The first leg of that series will be held in Benoni on the 10th of May. And there will be one event a week for 4 weeks. And there is the multiple national champion, Chelsea van Dijk, wearing the white vest with the blue shorts, second from right in that field. It's hard to imagine anybody else in this lineup putting up much of a fight, but we certainly won't write anybody off. And let's see if Chelsea van Dijk gets a challenge here from any of these athletes. We've already seen her in good form this year on the track. And a very capable cross-country athlete. As expected, Chelsea van Dijk going out hard. The rest of the field trying to hold on. They'll do 2 laps of 2 kilometers. So still a long way to run for all these girls. And Van Dijk just getting to the front of the field, then taking her foot off the pedal a little bit, just finding a comfortable rhythm. And for that reason, she has a big pack of athletes hanging on to the back of her. It's a challenging part of the course here because it's a little uneven underfoot, and we've seen a few of the athletes stumbling a little bit, so it's important to concentrate through this section. Make sure you don't twist an ankle. They turn right now, negotiate their way through the rugby fields. It really is good to see so many young athletes coming out here to participate, proving that cross-country running in South African schools athletics is alive and well. A lot of girls still able to stick with that pace being set by Chelsea van Dijk up front. There is still a long way to go in this 4-kilometer race. They make their way up that steep incline, which will take a bit of energy out of some of those athletes, no doubt. And Van Dijk just showing her strength there, opening a meter or two up that hill. Perhaps the other athletes now struggling a little bit to keep up with the pace being set by the multiple national champion. She looks so comfortable. Makes it look so easy. And that big group now being strung out a little bit. Some of the athletes just slipping off the pace. Eight girls now in the lead group. As they start the 2nd kilometer of this 4K race. Good to see some of the under 14 girls putting up a fight here against the slightly over under 15 athletes. And we have a new leader for the first time in this race, but Van Dijk not putting up with that. She goes straight back to the front. And I wonder how long this group will stick together in cross country. Important not to lose touch. Once you fall behind, it becomes so difficult to claw your way back into the race because these courses are so challenging. Sharp turns and steep hills. You want to stay in contention for the win. It's crucial that you don't let the leaders go. And not just a battle on for victory up front. All the girls in this race trying to secure spots in those Champions League franchise teams to compete in those league races to be held next month. So lots to fight for out there. You would think at some point, in terms of that lead group, Chelsea van Dijk will put the hammer down, and then it'll be interesting to see how many of those girls are able to stick with her pace. But at this point, Van Dijk just happy to lead them along, looking very smooth, and still 7 girls hanging on to her, working together. It's a bit windy out there on the course, and certainly helpful if you can tuck into the group, maybe block out that wind a little bit for the athletes further back who are running solo, like this young lady, who is Naledi Tsoene from Cambridge Academy, one of the under 14 athletes, running alone there. And it does make it a little bit more challenging, especially when they get out onto the fields, onto the rugby field, because you're running directly into the wind at points, and it obviously uses a lot more energy. So the smart move for the girls out front to try and tuck into that group behind Chelsea van Dijk, who still seems happy to be doing the work out front, and the girls behind her just able to block that wind out a little bit, making things slightly easier. And as we can see, some of the athletes unable to hold on to that pace being set now, and starting to slip off the pace. Still 4 girls in that lead pack. They'll turn right now to complete the first lap of this 4-kilometer race. They make their way now around these fields as they start the second 2-kilometer loop. Van Dijk still in control out front as expected. The further they get into the race, the more the athletes are struggling to hang on to the pace that she's setting. Van Dijk for the last few years has been the form athlete in the country in terms of middle distance running. A multiple national champion in cross country. Just glances at her watch there. It really doesn't look like she's putting a lot of effort in. But I must say the girls that are still with her in that pack are also looking pretty strong. Wilmé Victor from Hoërskool Monument on the left of your screen, wearing the black vest and the white shoes, black shorts, looking super comfortable. And I wonder if she fancies her chances here of challenging Chelsea van Dijk. Another athlete looking pretty comfortable up front there is Tanishka Grevenstein from Helpmekaart College, wearing the black vest with the blue shorts. She now settles into third position. And I don't have her name, unfortunately, but I believe the young girl in the pink vest, who is in fourth place at the moment, still hanging on to that lead pack, is our first athlete in the under 14 age group. So good to see her competing as well as she is against the older athletes here. And now two of the girls in that pack just struggling a bit to hold on. Our lead athletes in the under 14 age group, currently in fourth position overall. Tanishka Grevenstein from Helpmekaart slips back into third. We'll see if she can hold on here. And Vilme Victor, the only athlete left able to hold on to Chelsea van Dijk. And as I say that, she cruises down that hill and opens a gap of a few meters. Has Victor got anything left here to try and close her down, as Chelsea van Dijk, our pre-race favourite, starts to pick up the pace, entering the final kilometre of this 4K race. Van Dijk has looked really comfortable since the start. It feels like she's been holding back. Of course, time not important in cross-country races. We don't look at time too much. It's all about position. And the rest of the athletes in this field looking for positions in those franchise teams for the Champions League series. This, of course, the trials for this inaugural event. There will be 6 franchise teams competing in those 4 legs next month. After these trials, a draft will be held to determine which athletes are in which teams. Big gaps now between the athletes a little further back. Impressive running by some of the under 14 girls. But it is the under 15s in charge now, and Chelsea van Dijk still has company. Vilme Victor from Hoërskool Monument has managed to close the gap on the St. Dunstan's athlete. And our first under 14 girl now moving her way into third position. Tanishka Grevenstein from Helpmekaart trying to hang on in fourth. I think there's still a fight on there for that third spot. But I think our winner is going to come from one of the 2 girls out front. Chelsea van Dijk and Vilme Victor. It's St. Dunstan's against Monument. And again, Van Dijk putting in a surge there, trying to shake off Vilme Victor. Just a couple 100 meters left in this race. Has Victor got anything left here? She's going to have to put in a big surge if she wants to chase down the multiple national champion. And now Chelsea van Dijk shows her class, changes gears. She'll turn right now into the finishing straight. They'll go down that sharp hill. And I think Chelsea van Dijk is going to take the win. Our pre-race favorite has less than 100 meters to go now. And it's going to be a pretty easy victory. Good to see so many of the other girls putting up a fight, not just letting Chelsea van Dijk go. But I don't think there was ever any real doubt about the eventual winner. She made it look so easy, cruising for the first 3 kilometers before she started picking up the pace a little bit. And a great run there by Vilme Victor, representing Hoërskool Monument. She comes through for 2nd position. Tanishka Grevenstein from Helpmekaar coming through now to take 4th position overall. The first under 14 athlete, just ahead of her in 3rd place. And the rest of these girls now fighting to earn spots in those franchise teams for the Champions League series next month. So still a lot to work for in terms of these minor positions. Still a lot of girls out on the course. We will of course give them the opportunity to finish their 4-kilometer race. I said we don't really look too much at time in terms of cross-country races. That was a very quick performance there by Van Dijk. And even these girls finishing now, crossing the line just outside 16 minutes, so a little slower than 4 minutes a kilometer, which is really awesome running. As we see Naledi Tsoene there in the yellow and black, one of the under 14 athletes representing Cambridge Academy. The next event on our program will be the under 14 and under 15 boys 4-kilometer race, which gets underway in about 14 minutes or so.
Is Jan going to edit the videos afterwards, or who's going to edit it? I think it's that
Next event on our program, the under 14 and under 15 boys 4-kilometer race. If you are just joining us, you are watching Pitch Vision's live coverage of the Champions League cross-country trials taking place at Curro, Serengeti in Kempton Park. Had some really good racing today. In the girls under 14, under 15 race, multiple national champion Chelsea van Dijk breaking away in the closing stages and taking the win in her age group. And now the under 14 and under 15 boys will compete over 4 kilometers, so 2 laps of 2Ks. Very ambitious start here. And the challenge in a 4K cross-country race is to try and pace yourself. So he won't write this young man off, but I wonder if he might have gone out a little bit too quickly He's got a lot of work to do if he wants to hold on to that pace for the next 2 laps. But let's see how he goes. Already opening a big gap. One of the boys just tumbling there in a big field like this. It's not unusual. And another one falling. Cross country is tough. You've got to negotiate a challenging course. You've got to try and also stay out of the way of the people around you, which isn't always easy to do. And one of the things that I'm really pleased about in terms of this Champions League cross country is it gives athletes the opportunity to gain that sort of experience. And for a lot of the youngsters running here today, it is an opportunity to get experience at cross country running that they wouldn't have otherwise had. And the field strung out behind the leaders. Still in the early stages of this 2-lap race. Very impressed with how many athletes have come out here to participate at these Champions League trials. An indication of how successful the series is going to be in its inaugural edition. Breakaway at the front of the field. You know the pace is fast when the field gets strung out like this, rather than big groups forming. So a long way still to go in this 4-kilometer race. After this event, we'll have 2 more races on the program. The under 16, under 17 and under 19 boys will all run together, as will the under 16, under 17 and under 19 girls. They also compete over 4 kilometers. The under 14 and under 15 boys making their way around this course. Still on the first lap. The boys you can see on screen have about 3 kilometers to go. We should have a look now at our leaders up front. We did have a breakaway early on. Perhaps there's been some movement near the front of that pack. A lot of spectators having come out. Very festive event here. A market to keep people busy when they're not watching the cross country. And I'm sure we're going to see a lot of the same sort of entertainment. Very lively atmosphere. And hopefully we continue to get these turnouts throughout the Champions League cross country series in its inaugural season. The first of those 4 Champions League races will be held in Benoni on the 10th of May.
Temple. Temple. So is it Temple? I didn't know. They do. Why is there one? Why is there one, man?
2 or 3 or so minutes. You got a city boy, I got a whole show, ladies and gentlemen. You said you'll be close something. Don't you, of course, I said it, it's good. Because, as I said, ladies and gentlemen, one of the 2 minutes in there, yeah. Come on, let's bring home these boys on the 14 and the 14. Now, there's a battle. Look at that. The colors in the most Argentina teams at the moment. One line in the colors playground. You see on screen, guys, in Argentina. Head to head, oh my goodness. Wow. Look. First position, not far off the drop. In the right hand side of the not a first finish, but this is just smiling it out. Look at this set. Composing. So easy, man. Yeah, I know. Springbok to be in Argentina. Well done, gentlemen. Oh yes, man, I see the focus in your eyes. Not the pure version of that music cross country. One hour course, mate. Nice finish, man. Come on. There we go, almost there. Tokyo, it's done. Remember, we're not getting medals, these are just the clouds. Then we're moving on to the league, of course. Then together, then you say please, you can sort that out, play with everything today. Registration is 15 April. Drafting happens tomorrow, according to the website, of course. Pirates Day, finishing strong. I'm also Pirates Day, man. Nice check. There's no one behind you. Don't worry, it's still a bit far away. Nice. Oh! Push it, boy. There we go. Wow, nice, man. We have the strong finish. Well done. Using that momentum. Work it. Come on. Almost. Next race. The penultimate one, ladies and gentlemen, in the house here today. But before that, come on, here we go. Finish it strongly. Wow. Like running at 200 meters here. Over the finish line. start time. Yeah, they made your way over here to the Champions League. Set up the pit in the middle of the field. Please make your way over here now. The corner, please. Get on the pace. 12, 14 or so minutes left. 16, 17, 19. Make your way over there to the start line.
Izibulela le nna izi. Bulela le nna o ira la ba feletse. Askipa se so ete.
Ai, así. Vai tu. Como acho que eu vou dar outra, como poder como feito, como você não bora o arco.
Marre. Says blue. Yes.
Ah, como rawa hai na lumo, tu é green.
Sugar wa give up baby.
Ai, agora que vai lo lasciare, vai lasciare che te cala, te vai lasciare che te cala.
Bare mela bona ba dile ba jalna go re tsamae ba.
Wa lo sala na go.
Yona eo ke yona ba e jang ya phutha.
Ne mo di direne.
Tse pedi.
Allora di tu guys, no vai number fila.
Come on. You see you heard the man that you finished it. Well done. You give yourself a tap in the back. Now, gentlemen, the two of you. Don't give up. Come on, champ. Finish it strong. There we go. Well, you're not giving up. You're still pushing through to the finish line. Greatness.
So no re me ka meruku ela. E bayo plus. Bonna fatshenyana.
Ma cosa ya, non irla, dari kuseya.
Ola sona di parenta ona ba tlhodimetseng go mokoting.
Ahora lo puedo hablar, te agarro oficial ya, que era que amo bala boisa. Sule, como no shit.
Goro ba botsara e machita eno nna mfatshe wa ntse. Le tla re tlo utlwa pha. La tswa bila le oka le sa tsama mo trilling.
Lo che ribella lavoro, qua livello usi bispo, ora con livello go tlhaba tsaki. Ora se ke ba fete go ena pele.
It's a punch to the finish line. You're ready to rock.
Bot a se ke ba fete go ena, ora ba feta go ena.
They're fighting for their spot. One of the photos of the end of the introduction, you saw it through the way through before we do introductions.
Nantsona lo bitsa batho ba tsene mola a ba bitse ka maina re a monaxi e Israele mola Tshepo ha fetsa mola a re o mongwe a shiwa utlwe ka batswadi ba phaphata ji a re a finisha champa shiwa champa ka ba le ba ka mosala o bona le tšhentši mo sala bona le tšhentši mo
minutes introductory moment, please. Make your way over there to the start line now. Show up in the next moment or so. Second last race. And the Charles, well, the champions lead cross country Charles. Right here on this beautiful venue. Stick around for the final race, please, ladies and gents. It's going to be hot. And these girls will be bringing the fire right now before we see that action. Remember, 3 age groups into 1. Straight out of the race of the Champions League cross country trials right here at Curro, Serengeti. So this morning it started at 8:30 with the girls at the Serengeti. Now we are here with the big ladies. Smaller lineup, but goodness dickens.
Mana kawan kiri mo? Kau kiri ya. Gara baka mo ko asin nili namba pa sila baka mo muna na kamu.
bola pa.
yana. Go with your Maramuku. I don't know what I think.
Continue no lole no la go tshepe ka ra ba fitla ka ntlela ba sa šiana ba tsa mastera.
Seems like the wheels are on the road. Will be at the last lap here for girls under 16 Senegalese rugby. Here we go. People at me, left to the side now. Okay. So what's the word in? Keeping up the post markers. Dual group of runners. And this video no one there.
Don't try to channel here. I want to
takes months or even years to get to this spot. And to run at a high level when it comes to cross country and track and field, believe you me, it takes a long while to build a good foundation in this sport. Boys, under 16, 17, and 19. If you can hear me in the car park and you're rushing here now, I know you're a bit late, but you're not that late. You can still make your way over here. Please. Well done. Great finish. Great running. Well done. Lady. Come on, ladies, both of you. It's home time for you. They say others are some of the bravest people out there. I wonder, of course, the rule is we always greet each other when we drop by. That's a cool one. I agree with that statement.
One of them ones that I'm a picture one and say.
Now all of them walk 2 or 3 coming in numbers. Well done, guys. Well done, ladies. Now, ladies and gents, as we gear up for the final race of the championship cross country, Charles of Curro Serengeti. Man, what a morning it's been. I hope you enjoyed your morning. Right now, please, if you want to take these videos, make your way over here to the championship channel. And then tag us at Champions League FC on social media. Keep towards 12:40. About 10 minutes of introductions will be happening before that. The big boy is out the field. Telling you now, some of these guys have been running for 30 years. They're only 90. A decade of experience. Well, they're only 18. Boys, under 16, under 17, under 19, guys, don't worry. Don't worry about the older guys. Focus on your own race. Your PB, come on. Let them push you. Go with it. Thank you so much, everyone. It's very different for the league. Today, remember, we are the top teenage way to do that. By the way, franchises are for grabs. But for the drafted into rhinos, eagles, kudos, mavericks, stallions, icons. The league takes place 10 May, 17 May, 24 May, and the final one, 31 May. Of course, women going up to the national championships of the cross country later this season as well. Whether it's September, usually September, round about it. Let's stick around, gents, and bring home these 16, 17, and 19 boys. Almost time for the introductions. Thank you better for being here. Let's make this the worthiest start today. Please, let's try that out. Cheer them on as loud and as hard as possible. just awaiting the officials. Sorting out all the logistics. Taking so much speed to making this happen. The captain should have been soon. Okay, here we go. We're on the 16. Welcome onto the field here. Irfan, Jan, Zian, Ruan, Claudio, Musa, Morgan, Marcelo, Letavo, Ian, Armand, Martinez, Zander, Keegan, Leonardo, and Luan. We're going to move now to the boys. 17 as well with Eli, Santa, Johan, Cesar, Adele, Ethan, Curro, Monique, Zaburo, Chris, Etienne, Ferdinand, Michael, Philip, Gianluca, Rufaro, Steven, 2019 medals, 417, excuse me, Scott Tiger, Siabonga, Nicholas, Fabricio, Salele, Ian, Gauteng, Patricio, Francesco, Donovan, Macomplici, Verno, Francois, Liam. Ladies and gentlemen, please, second of your advanced style, please, let's jump in. It's the final race
You never do.
of the Champions League cross country trials. Right here at Serengeti, amazing morning.
16, 17, 19, something like that. Right, lo que le quiere.
Again, ready for this? And on your marks. And also Curro, going the 15, 17, 19, Champions League cross country. The final race of the day. Yes, it's gonna be fun. Look at that man. Welcome at first to leave his mark and leave his statement as early as possible.
Ahora estamos. Apa chise senga theo gaste ka gumushimega.
There's a lot happening here. There's a lot happening very clearly. Make your way over here to the middle of the field. You can see over here. With a little result, you can just say a few animal results, World Cup up. Please, ladies, for the league, for Continental, but you can do it here today as well. It's over for being up. And let's not leave it, bring your champions home.
What's that power?
Why? Nothing I can do. Vale. Elisha. So how about little motor what then? Unsa 200 then offer kamolo 600 high. How about the motor? What then? Oh. Yo. So linya ko share. Lo ba ka lo share ba ka lo share to mira. 6 divided by 12. Hey, if Baho ya fine, that means 600 to ya pay. Yeah. If over 200, that means 600 to ya pay. Ishiri. Kere. If unta 400, that means 600 different by share. Avasa share. Ya kumutung wo wa joina. Agar walela fine.
Ladies and gents, the big boys coming for that final lap.
Hey, agare na diti. Hey, agare na diti modify me.
Composer looks very, very strong. Listen to it easy. And get the quite big. You're only able to close it down to the final 2 kilometers. Right here.
Hey, fuandara daga ko grab bege ya ki in. Well, oh, yeah. Ki in. Yeah, ki in. Yeah, ne wena so utlwane le ona utlwane le ona re dumela. Sharp. Ke busy ka bereka. Sharp. Sharp. Sharp re tla bolela.
Come on, check. Final lap, only 2 goals to go. Well, now 195 fans, so 1,900 meters.
number msela kona feta mo. Says blue, blue and white or yes sky what. Hey man, I think I feel it. Somewhere mate. Kabona kwanyana nalo watswala laba moemisa mola ra sa tswala. Widi, Mogi, ubuta se butata ki extension. Fair.
You want to stick around, we just shoot the 20 in the next 4 miles or so. It's 4 minutes. It goes.
I will go to Allah. I was a moe. Tsapo, where's Zumaya in Tsapo? Kile kitu aki beta street diga ku finally ko celebrate. Kona bila namba wanu mutsui.
This is the biggest green light that I've seen here today. Wow, wow, Second one. Waves. Come on, let's put our hands together.
How what 2 million is you like number 3?
Good initial finish. Amazing. Well, I said here, now we're going to start promoting your numbers. You can make some noise. Eddie, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, come on, come on. Nice day. You gave it your all out here today. Sweet death. Go, Johnny.
Camera how ba re tsweleng ke dira mogala nowe re fitla se passport pass ra ro sokola ro no re xaxa ya raga
I don't know if they have a photo finish here, but
I think you have it to have one.
ba teng ma brother
Anything is possible until you finish the race. Come on, champions.
So what's the plan? Rofitara ira black magic.
Very
re tla re tla
awesome.
for cam ka black magic
Come on, come on. Pushing hard. Not gonna get it today, but you're supposed to do your best out there, champ. Come on, champ.
Iba, no come around to let's keep her.
There we go. Use the momentum of that downhill. And come on. We can get your results here of the Champions League cross country. Right here. You guys, what are you going to offer for 20? Oh, down the right hand side. He wanted it more in that moment. Well done, Chen. Right here in colors. Cruising through the finish line. Nice, man. Thank you so much for everyone who came out today, spending this morning with us.
When I leave 12 over, I will be reflector. What I say? That's all.
We drive safe and enjoy a lovely Sunday afternoon. Now that Sunday afternoon nap will come in early. Nice day. Bright yellow colors. Good buddy.
Pucha, easy, pucha. Brush up.
There we go. Thank you so much.
I think the easiest way for him, go tell sa camera I'm going to meditate. Then, what that extension you worry. Then it's a more channel you to Saturn or a
I'm sure there's some couple of athletes now coming through. But thank you very, very much. That's it for us here at the Charles, the Champions League cross country. Up next, the Marine. Starting Kempton. Drive safely, take it easy. There's some nice lunch. And then there, and let us ride.
I'm not just Tito. I'm not just Tito. I'm not nowhere.
Ooh, whoa, man, look at this. Fighter at the end. Well done, man, well done. Nice champion.
Good.
Madini, pen, Madini.
Well done, champion. everybody. I'll put it over to you. Thank you so much for doing that. As I said, it was a productive morning, and I'm grateful to have been here. I go by the name of Peace. Of course, it is the Champions League cross country. Charles, dropping happening very soon. And it is lead time, babe. Come on, man. Here we go. Nice. Yeah, the last. Oh, you have it. Look at him going crazy. That's not solid. Oh, yes, man. Nice.
Tikisha camera brava consume all starting rest of best in Rachai. I fuck off. Who had a mom said?
Uzalo mushime mutu. Askala konne kwa.
Sharp, Tikisha all the way shedar to best street.
Ko starting baputi. Robona.
And go finishing.
We have another runner coming through. We got to give some of our peers here today. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Oh, it's looking those knees. That's what they do. They leave a place for last. Come on, champion. Finish it strong. Greatness, man. Only faster and faster.
Kutambuza stopa brake kono tlosa camera ke nepi hape mo
Last time I out completely.